Chapter 1: The Whispers in the Well. The old house stood on a precipice of despair, a gothic silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. Blackwood Manor, they called it, a name whispered with a mix of reverence and dread in the nearby village of Hollow Creek. I hadn't believed the stories, of course, not at first. I was a rational man, a historian steeped in the tangible, the provable. Ghosts and demons were the stuff of folklore, not academic papers. But Blackwood Manor had a way of dismantling reason, of peeling back the layers of skepticism until only raw, primal fear remained. I came to Hollow Creek seeking answers, a missing piece in my research on early American settlements. Blackwood Manor, according to my sources, had been the epicenter of a series of strange disappearances in the late 1700s. The entire Blackwood family, along with their servants, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and legends. The local library had yielded little, just tantalizing fragments hinting at dark rituals and ancient evils. So I did what any self-respecting historian would do. I rented the damn place. The realtor, a nervous woman named Mrs. Abernathy, had practically thrown the keys at me, her eyes darting around as if expecting the very walls to sprout teeth. "Just be careful, Mr. Caldwell," she'd stammered, her voice barely audible above the wind that seemed to perpetually howl around the manor. Some places are best left undisturbed." I'd scoffed internally, attributing her unease to small-town superstition. Now, standing in the cavernous entrance hall, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay, I wasn't so sure. The house was a labyrinth of shadows and secrets. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight that pierced through the grimy windows, illuminating cobweb-draped furniture and portraits whose eyes seemed to follow me. Each room was a testament to forgotten grandeur, a decaying mausoleum of a once-proud family. I spent the first few hours simply exploring, mapping out the house in my mind, trying to get a sense of its history, its personality. The library, of course, was my primary target. It was a vast, two-story chamber lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, their contents a mix of scholarly tomes and leather-bound volumes that looked older than the house itself. The air in the library was particularly heavy, laden with the scent of aged paper and something else, something metallic, like old blood. I ran my fingers along the spines of the books, feeling a strange energy emanating from them, a palpable sense of wrongness. As dusk deepened into night, the house seemed to come alive with its own unseen presence. The wind howled louder, rattling the windows and whistling through the cracks in the walls. Floorboards creaked and groaned under the weight of unseen footsteps. Shadows danced in the periphery of my vision. I tried to rationalize it all, attributing it to the age of the house, the settling of the foundations, the tricks of the light. But a growing unease gnawed at me, a sense that I was not alone. I built a fire in the library's massive hearth, hopping to ward off the encroaching darkness and the growing chill in the air. The flames crackled and hissed, casting flickering shadows that played across the faces in the portraits, making them seem almost animated. I settled into a worn armchair, a heavy volume on local history in my lap, trying to focus on my research, to ignore the unsettling atmosphere that permeated the house. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper, barely audible above the roar of the fire and the howl of the wind. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A sibilant murmur that tickled the edge of my hearing, a voice just beyond the grasp of comprehension. I held my breath, straining to listen, my heart pounding in my chest. Was it just the wind, the house settling, or something else, something more sinister? The whisper came again, a little louder this time, a little clearer. I could almost make out words, fragments of sentences, snippets of something. It sounded like a chorus of voices, all speaking at once, their words overlapping and merging into a cacophony of whispers. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my rational facade. This wasn't just an old house settling. This was something else, something unnatural. I stood up, my chair scraping against the wooden floor, the sound amplified in the stillness of the library. I scanned the room, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, searching for the source of the whispers. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone there?" A silence. Only the crackling of the fire and the howling of the wind answered me. I told myself it was just my imagination, the product of an overactive mind and a spooky old house. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the edge of my perception. I returned to my chair, my book forgotten, my senses on high alert. I listened intently, straining to hear the whispers again. And then I heard it. This time it was different. The whispers were louder, clearer, closer. They seemed to be coming from beneath me. I looked down at the floor, a cold dread creeping into my bones. The floorboards were old and worn, but solid. There was no basement beneath the library, only a crawl space filled with dirt and dust. But the whispers, they were definitely coming from below. I knelt down, pressing my ear to the floor, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers were louder now, a chorus of voices murmuring just beneath the surface. I could almost make out the words, but they were distorted, fragmented like a broken record. Hungry and cold. You lost. Join us. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, away from the floor, away from the whispers. This was insane. This couldn't be happening. But it was. I stood up, my legs trembling, my mind reeling. I needed to get out of this house. Now. I turned to leave the library, but as I did, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, wooden door set into the wall, hidden behind a bookshelf. A door I hadn't noticed in all my hours of exploration. Curiosity, that insatiable itch that had led me to Blackwood Manor in the first place, took hold. What was behind that door? What secrets did it hide? I hesitated, my mind warring between fear and fascination. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent, urging me to what? To open the door, to join them. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts, to resist the pull of the unknown. But the whispers, they were so compelling, so alluring. With a trembling hand, I reached out and pulled the bookshelf aside, revealing the small wooden door. It was old and weathered, its surface scarred and scratched, its handle tarnished with age. I stared at the door, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was the point of no return. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever lay behind that door was something terrible, something ancient, something evil. But I couldn't resist. I reached out and grasped the tarnished handle, my fingers trembling. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices chanting in unison, urging me on. Open it. Let us out. Join us. With a deep breath, I turned the handle and pulled the door open. Darkness. Absolute, impenetrable darkness. A void that seemed to suck the light from the room. A chasm that swallowed sound and swallowed hope. The whispers intensified, a deafening roar that filled my head, my ears, my very soul. I stared into the darkness, my eyes straining to see, my mind reeling with terror. And then I saw it. A faint glow deep within the darkness, a flickering light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Curiosity, that insidious, irresistible force, took hold once more. I had to know what was down there. I reached for my flashlight, my hand trembling. I switched it on, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating. A well. An old stone well, its walls lined with moss and grime. A well that seemed to stretch down into the very depths of the earth. And at the bottom of the well, the flickering light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, beckoning me closer. Come down. Join us. We're waiting. I stared into the well, my mind reeling with terror and fascination. What was at the bottom? What secrets did it hold? I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever lay at the bottom of that well was something terrible, something ancient, something evil. But I couldn't resist. Slowly, deliberately, I lowered myself into the well, my hands gripping the cold, damp stones, my feet searching for purchase on the slippery walls. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, welcoming me home. I descended into the darkness, into the heart of Blackwood Manor, into the abyss of my own fear. I knew with every fiber of my being that I was making a terrible mistake, but I couldn't stop myself. The well was calling, and I was answering. Chapter 2: The Cold Embrace of Stone. The descent into the well was a slow, agonizing journey into the heart of darkness. The air grew colder with each foot I dropped, a damp, bone-chilling cold that seeped into my marrow. The stone walls were slick with moisture, and the moss clung to my hands like grasping fingers. The beam of my flashlight danced erratically, illuminating patches of wet stone and glimpses of the seemingly bottomless shaft. The whispers, once a distant murmur, now roared in my ears, a cacophony of voices chanting in unison, their words twisted and distorted, yet somehow familiar. They spoke of hunger, of loss, of a yearning for release. They spoke of me. Welcome home. You've been gone too long. Join us. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, to climb out of this accursed well and flee Blackwood Manor while I still had the chance. But some other force, something dark and insidious, compelled me onward, deeper into the earth. I tried to focus on the mechanics of the descent, on the placement of my hands and feet, on the rhythm of my breathing. But the whispers were relentless, invading my thoughts, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. I began to see things in the flickering beam of my flashlight. Faces in the moss on the walls, leering grins and hollow eyes that seemed to follow my every move. Shadows that danced and writhed, taking on grotesque shapes that defied description. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, a cloying, nauseating odor that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of rot and corruption, of something ancient and long dead. I gagged, trying to hold my breath, but the stench was inescapable, permeating my clothes, my skin, my very being. The light at the bottom of the well grew brighter, a sickly, phosphorescent glow that pulsed with an unnatural energy. It cast long, distorted shadows that stretched and writhed like living things. The whispers intensified, reaching a fever pitch, a deafening roar that threatened to shatter my sanity. And closer, almost there. We're waiting. I reached the bottom of the well with a jarring thud. My feet landed on something soft and yielding, something that squished beneath my weight. I shone my flashlight downwards, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. The floor of the well was covered in bones. Human bones, bleached white by time and moisture. Skulls grinned up at me, their empty sockets filled with shadows. Femurs and tibias lay scattered like fallen branches. Ribs formed macabre cages around pools of stagnant water. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, away from the bones, away from the horror. The phosphorescent light emanated from a pool of water in the center of the bone-strewn chamber. The water glowed with an eerie, unnatural luminescence, casting an unsettling glow over the skeletal remains. The whispers emanated from the pool, a chorus of voices murmuring just beneath the surface. I could almost make out the words, but they were distorted, fragmented like a broken record. In forever, in eternal, in one of us. I stared at the pool, my mind reeling with terror and fascination. What was in that water? What secrets did it hold? I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever lay in that pool was something terrible, something ancient, something evil. But I couldn't resist. Slowly, deliberately, I approached the pool, my flashlight beam focused on its glowing surface. As I drew closer, I began to see things in the water, shapes, forms, figures, all swirling and shifting in the phosphorescent glow. Faces. Human faces, pale and distorted, their eyes wide with terror. They stared up at me from the depths of the pool, their mouths open in silent screams. I recoiled, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. These were the faces of the missing Blackwood family, the servants, the victims of whatever dark force resided in this place. They were trapped in the pool, their souls bound to this cursed place, their faces forever frozen in terror. The whispers intensified, a deafening roar that filled my head, my ears, my very soul. And join us, and be one with us, in forever. The faces in the pool reached out to me, their spectral hands grasping for my own. They beckoned me closer, urging me to join them in their eternal torment. I stumbled back, my mind reeling with horror. This was insane. This couldn't be happening. But it was. I turned to flee, to climb back up the well and escape this nightmare. But as I did, I felt something grasp my ankle. A cold, bony hand, its touch like ice. I looked down, my blood running cold. A skeleton, its bones gleaming in the phosphorescent light, was reaching up from the pool, its bony fingers wrapped tightly around my ankle. It was pulling me towards the water. I screamed, a primal cry of terror that echoed through the chamber. I struggled to break free, kicking and thrashing, but the skeleton's grip was relentless. It was dragging me towards the pool, towards the faces, towards the darkness. I fought with all my might, but the skeleton was too strong. It pulled me closer and closer to the edge of the water. The faces in the pool smiled, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They were waiting for me, and I was about to join them. With a final surge of adrenaline, I wrenched my ankle free from the skeleton's grasp. I stumbled backwards, away from the pool, away from the horror. The skeleton reached out to me again, its bony fingers snapping in the air, but I was too far away. I turned and fled, scrambling back towards the wall, towards the climb back up the well. The whispers followed me, a chorus of voices filled with rage and disappointment. "Oh, you can't escape us. We'll be waiting. You'll be back." I began to climb, my hands and feet scrambling for purchase on the slippery stones. The voices pursued me, their words echoing in my ears, their presence a constant reminder of the horror I was leaving behind. The climb was agonizingly slow, my muscles screaming in protest, my lungs burning for air. I knew that the skeletons could follow me, that they could climb the well and drag me back down into the darkness. But I couldn't stop. I had to escape. I had to get out of this place. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I reached the top of the well. I hauled myself out of the shaft, collapsing onto the floor of the hidden chamber, gasping for breath. The whispers faded, replaced by the pounding of my heart and the ragged rhythm of my breathing. I lay there for a long time, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I had seen things in that well that defied explanation, horrors that would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. But I was alive. I was free. I thought. I stood up, my legs still trembling, and turned to leave the hidden chamber. But as I did, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The small wooden door, the door that led back to the library. It was gone. The wall was solid, seamless, as if the door had never existed. I was trapped. And the whispers, they were getting louder. Chapter 3, Walls That Remember. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Trapped. Utterly, irrevocably trapped. The small wooden door, my only escape route from the hidden chamber, had vanished, leaving behind a seamless expanse of stone. Panic clawed at my throat, a desperate, suffocating feeling that threatened to overwhelm me. I ran my hands along the wall, frantically searching for a seam, a crack, any indication that a door had ever been there. But the stone was smooth, cold, and unforgiving. There was nothing. The whispers, which had momentarily subsided during my desperate climb, now returned with renewed vigor, a chorus of mocking voices celebrating my confinement. And nowhere to run. Your hours now. In forever. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to calm my racing heart to think rationally. There had to be another way out. There had to be. I shone my flashlight around the chamber, its beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The room was small and circular, its walls lined with rough-hewn stones. Apart from the well and the now vanished door, there was nothing else. No windows, no cracks, no other exits. I examined the well again, its gaping mouth a dark invitation to return to the horrors below. The phosphorescent glow still emanated from its depths, casting an eerie light on the bone-strewn chamber. The whispers drifted upwards, taunting me, tempting me. You come back, and we miss you. And join us. I shuddered and turned away, determined not to succumb to their siren call. There had to be another way out of this place. I refused to believe that I was doomed to spend eternity trapped in this subterranean prison. I began to systematically search the chamber, examining every inch of the walls, every crevice, every shadow. I ran my hands along the stones, feeling for any loose rocks, any hidden mechanisms. I shone my flashlight into every corner, searching for any sign of an exit. Hours passed. The air grew stale and heavy, and the phosphorescent glow from the well cast an increasingly unsettling light on the chamber. The whispers grew louder and more insistent, their mocking voices eroding my resolve. I found nothing. The walls were solid, unyielding, unbroken. There was no other way out. Despair began to creep in, a cold, insidious feeling that threatened to extinguish the last spark of hope. Was this it? Was this how it ended? Trapped in a subterranean prison, haunted by the whispers of the dead. I slumped against the wall, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I was exhausted, hungry, and terrified. I had no idea how long I had been in this place, and I had no idea how much longer I could endure it. As I sat there, lost in despair, I noticed something strange, a faint scratching sound coming from the wall. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching sound came again, a soft, rhythmic scraping that seemed to be emanating from within the stone itself. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest, and pressed my ear to the wall. The scratching sound was louder now, a distinct scraping that seemed to be moving closer. I ran my hands along the wall, searching for the source of the sound, and then I found it. A small crack in the stone, barely visible in the dim light, a hairline fracture that ran along the surface of the wall. I pressed my ear to the crack, straining to listen. The scratching sound was coming from the other side, a distinct scraping that seemed to be getting closer. Hope surged through me, a sudden burst of adrenaline that chased away the despair. There was something on the other side of that wall, and if I could break through, I might be able to escape. I began to claw at the crack with my fingers, trying to widen it, to break through the stone. But the rock was hard and unyielding, and my fingers were soon raw and bleeding. I needed a tool, something to pry the stones apart. I searched the chamber frantically, but there was nothing, only the well and the walls. And then I remembered something. The skeleton. The skeleton in the pool. I hesitated, my mind recoiling at the thought of returning to that chamber of horrors. But I had no choice. If I wanted to escape, I needed a tool, and the skeleton was the only option. I took a deep breath and approached the well. The phosphorescent glow still emanated from its depths, casting an unsettling light on the bone-strewn chamber. The whispers drifted upwards, taunting me, tempting me. Going back so soon. And missed us already. Join us. I ignored them and lowered myself into the well, my hands gripping the cold, damp stones, my feet searching for purchase on the slippery walls. The descent was even more terrifying than before. The images of the bone-strewn chamber and the faces in the pool were fresh in my mind, and the whispers seemed to be growing louder, more insistent, more menacing. Finally, I reached the bottom of the well. The chamber was just as horrifying as I remembered. The bones gleamed in the phosphorescent light, and the faces in the pool reached out to me, their mouths open in silent screams. I ignored them and approached the pool, my flashlight beam focused on the skeleton. It was still lying where I had left it, its bony fingers outstretched, its empty sockets staring up at me. I reached out and grasped the skeleton's arm, my skin crawling at the touch of its cold, lifeless bones. I pulled it from the pool, dragging it across the bone-strewn chamber. The faces in the pool screamed in protest, their voices echoing through the chamber. The whispers intensified, a chorus of rage and frustration. And leave it alone. It's ours. And get out. I ignored them and dragged the skeleton to the wall, to the small crack that offered a glimmer of hope. I began to use the skeleton's arm as a lever, wedging its bony fingers into the crack and pulling with all my might. The stone groaned and shifted, and small pieces of rock crumbled away. The faces in the pool screamed louder, their voices reaching a fever pitch. The whispers grew more menacing, threatening me, cursing me. And you'll regret this. And we'll make you pay. And you're doomed. I ignored them and continued to pry at the stone, my muscles screaming in protest, my mind focused on the task at hand. Slowly, painstakingly, the crack began to widen. The stone groaned louder and more pieces crumbled away. And then, with a final surge of effort, the stone gave way. A large chunk of rock broke free, revealing a gaping hole in the wall. I dropped the skeleton's arm and stared at the hole, my heart pounding in my chest. I had done it. I had broken through. But what lay on the other side? I shone my flashlight into the hole, its beam cutting through the darkness. And what I saw made my blood run cold. Another chamber. But this one was different. This one was alive. The walls were not made of stone, but of flesh. Pulsating, throbbing flesh, covered in veins and arteries. And in the center of the chamber, a heart. A giant beating heart, its rhythm echoing through the room, its lifeblood pulsing through the walls. The whispers emanated from the heart, a chorus of voices chanting in unison, welcoming me home. Welcome. Join us. And be one with us. I stared into the fleshy chamber, my mind reeling with horror. This was not an escape. This was a trap, and I had just walked right into it. Chapter 4: The Beating Walls. The sight of the fleshy chamber stole the air from my lungs. Stone had given way to the grotesque, the cold and inert replaced by something disturbingly, vividly alive. The walls pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat, mirroring the throbbing of the colossal heart that dominated the center of the space. Veins, thick as ropes, snaked across the surfaces, pulsing with a dark, viscous fluid that shimmered in the beam of my flashlight. The whispers, which had been a tormenting chorus, now coalesced into a single, unified voice, resonant and deep, echoing from the beating heart itself. Welcome, historian. You have sought us, and now you have found us. My mind struggled to comprehend the impossible. This wasn't just a room. It was an organism, a living, breathing entity, and it was speaking to me. What is this place? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper above the rhythmic thumping of the heart. This, the voice boomed, vibrating through the very air, is the heart of Blackwood, the source of its power, its life, its hunger. Hunger, that word sent a fresh wave of dread washing over me. The whispers had spoken of hunger, of being lost, of needing to be joined. Now the heart confirmed it. This place was not just alive. It was actively consuming, feeding on something. What are you feeding on? I asked, my voice trembling. The heart throbbed louder and the fleshy walls seemed to constrict slightly. Souls, historian, memories, emotions, the very essence of life. Blackwood has always been a collector, a devourer of the lost and the forgotten. The faces in the pool, they weren't just trapped, they were being consumed, their essence slowly drained to feed this monstrous entity. The Blackwood family, the servants, they were all. Sacrifices, the heart finished, its voice resonating with an ancient, chilling satisfaction. They gave their lives to sustain Blackwood, to strengthen its power. A cold fury began to simmer within me, a fierce defiance against this malevolent force. And what do you want with me? I demanded, my voice gaining strength. You, the heart boomed, possess knowledge, understanding, history. These are valuable things. You can become part of Blackwood, a guardian of its secrets, a vessel for its will. The meaning was clear. It wanted to assimilate me, to consume my mind and add my knowledge to its vast, stolen trove. I would become another face in the pool, another voice in the chorus, another sacrifice to the heart of Blackwood. Never, I spat, my resolve hardening. I will never let you consume me. The fleshy walls seemed to ripple with displeasure, and the throbbing of the heart intensified, its rhythm growing faster, more frantic. Fool, the heart boomed, its voice laced with a chilling anger. You have no choice. Blackwood always gets what it wants. You are already a part of it. You have tasted its power, heard its whispers, felt its pull. You cannot escape. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble, and the walls seemed to close in, pressing against me, suffocating me. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. I knew I had to escape, to get away from this pulsating chamber before it was too late. But the hole in the wall, my only exit, seemed miles away. I turned and ran, scrambling back through the opening, desperate to escape the fleshy embrace of the heart. But as I reached the hole, I found it blocked. The skeleton. It stood there, its bony fingers reaching out to me, its empty sockets filled with a malevolent glow. It was an extension of the heart, a guardian of this terrible place, and it was determined to keep me from escaping. "You cannot leave," the skeleton rasped, its voice a chilling echo of the heart. "You belong here now." I dodged the skeleton's grasping fingers and lunged for the wall, trying to climb back into the stone chamber. But the wall was slick with moisture, and my fingers scrabbled uselessly against its surface. The skeleton grabbed my ankle, its bony fingers digging into my flesh. I screamed and kicked, but its grip was too strong. It was pulling me back into the fleshy chamber, back towards the beating heart. Desperation surged through me, a primal instinct to survive. I had to break free, to escape this nightmare, to reclaim my life. I reached for my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, and smashed it against the skeleton's skull. The plastic casing shattered, and the light flickered and died. But the blow had its effect. The skeleton's grip loosened, and I wrenched myself free. I stumbled back into the stone chamber, gasping for breath, my ankle throbbing with pain. The hole in the wall remained, a small beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. I turned and ran, scrambling back towards the well, desperate to escape this nightmare. The skeleton pursued me, its bony limbs clattering against the stone, its raspy voice echoing in my ears. "You cannot escape us," it hissed. "You will be back." I ignored it and continued to run, my mind focused on one thing: escape. I reached the well and began to climb, my hands and feet scrambling for purchase on the slippery stones. The skeleton pursued me, its bony fingers reaching out to drag me back down into the darkness. But I was faster. I climbed with a desperate fury, fueled by adrenaline and fear. The whispers of the heart and the raspy voice of the skeleton faded behind me, replaced by the pounding of my heart and the ragged rhythm of my breathing. Finally, I reached the top of the well. I hauled myself out of the shaft, collapsing onto the floor of the hidden chamber, gasping for breath. The small wooden door, the door that led back to the library, it was still gone. I was still trapped, but I was alive, and I was not giving up. I knew that Blackwood Manor wanted to consume me, to add me to its collection of lost souls, but I refused to become another victim. I would fight back, I would find a way to escape, and I would expose the truth about this cursed place. I stood up, my body trembling, my mind racing. I had to find another way out of this hidden chamber, and I had to do it before the heart of Blackwood claimed me as its own. Chapter 5: Echoes of the Past. The disappearance of the small wooden door, now twice over, cemented the awful truth. Blackwood Manor wasn't just an old, haunted house. It was a conscious entity, actively working to keep me prisoner. The knowledge sharpened my fear, but also ignited a fierce determination. I would not become another nameless soul trapped within its walls. Taking stock was paramount. My flashlight was destroyed, leaving me with only the faint, eerie luminescence filtering up from the well. It was enough to see, but barely. My pockets held nothing of use. A notebook, a pen, a few crumpled bills. I needed to think, to strategize. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. I forced myself to breathe deeply, focusing on the simple act of inhaling and exhaling. The air was thick with the smell of damp stone and something else, a faint, metallic tang that reminded me of blood. The whispers were a constant torment, a low hum of voices just beyond the edge of comprehension, but I forced myself to ignore them. The heart of Blackwood, with its throbbing walls and malevolent intent, was a terrifying threat, but it was also a clue. Blackwood's power stemmed from the well, from the souls trapped within its depths. Sever that connection, and perhaps I could weaken the entity's grip on this place. But how? I had no weapons, no tools, nothing to combat such an ancient, powerful evil. Then a memory surfaced, a fleeting detail from one of the historical texts I had consulted before coming to Hollow Creek. The Blackwood family, before their disappearance, had been rumored to practice alchemy. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Alchemy, the ancient art of transformation, the pursuit of the philosopher's stone, the manipulation of matter itself. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead I had. If the Blackwoods had been alchemists, they might have left behind some tools, some ingredients, something that could be used to combat the heart of Blackwood. But where would they have hidden such things? The answer came to me in a flash: the library. Before descending into the well, I had spent hours poring over the books in the library, absorbing the history of Blackwood Manor and the surrounding area. The library was more than just a repository of knowledge. It was a nexus of energy, a place where the past resonated with the present. If there were any clues to be found, they would be in the library. But how to get back there? The small wooden door was gone, the well was a trap, and the fleshy chamber was a dead end. I was effectively imprisoned within this hidden space. I ran my hands along the walls again, searching for another way out, a secret passage, a hidden mechanism. The stones were cold and smooth, but as my fingers brushed against one particular spot, I felt a slight vibration, a subtle tremor that resonated through the wall. I pressed harder and the tremor intensified. The stone beneath my hand seemed to shift slightly, to give way to pressure. Hope surged through me again, a renewed sense of purpose. I had found something. I pushed against the stone with all my might, and with a grinding groan, it slid inwards, revealing a narrow opening in the wall. Another passage. It was dark and narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. The whispers were fainter here, but still present, a constant reminder of the evil that lurked below. And leaving us. You're going back, or you can't escape. I ignored them and squeezed through the opening, entering the dark and narrow passage. It sloped downwards, leading me deeper into the earth. The air grew colder and damper, and the smell of decay intensified. The walls were rough and uneven, and I had to hunch over to avoid hitting my head. The passage twisted and turned, leading me through a maze of tunnels that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. I had no idea where I was going, but I pressed onward, driven by the hope of finding a way back to the library. As I navigated the twisting passages, I began to hear another sound, a faint scratching sound, different from the one that had led me to this place. This sound was rhythmic, almost hypnotic, a constant scraping that seemed to be coming from ahead. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest, my senses on high alert. The passage grew narrower and the air grew colder. The scratching sound grew louder, more insistent. Finally, I reached the end of the passage. It opened into a small chamber, its walls lined with shelves filled with jars and bottles. The air was thick with the smell of chemicals and strange herbs. An alchemist's laboratory. In the center of the chamber, a figure hunched over a workbench, its back to me. It was thin and frail, its shoulders stooped, its head bowed. It was scratching something on a piece of parchment with a quill pen. The scratching sound. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Was this a ghost, a hallucination, a manifestation of the heart of Blackwood? I took a step forward, and the figure turned around. It was a woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes wide and vacant. She was dressed in a long black gown, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. She looked ancient, almost skeletal. But there was something familiar about her. Something in her eyes, something in her face. Then it hit me. I had seen her before. In one of the portraits in the library. This was one of the Blackwood family. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The woman stared at me, her eyes unblinking. "I am Elizabeth," she whispered, her voice raspy and weak. "Elizabeth Blackwood." "But you disappeared centuries ago," I stammered. "Time has little meaning here," she said, her gaze drifting around the laboratory. "I have been here a long time." "What are you doing?" I asked, gesturing to the quill pen and the parchment. "I am trying to remember," she said, her voice barely audible. "To remember what we did, what we tried to create." "Alchemy," I said. "You were alchemists." Her eyes flickered with recognition. "Yes," she whispered. "We sought to unlock the secrets of the universe, to transform matter, to achieve immortality." "And did you succeed?" I asked. Her eyes clouded over with sadness. "We succeeded, in part," she said, "but our success came at a terrible price." "The heart of Blackwood," I said. "You created it." She nodded slowly, her face etched with guilt. "We sought to harness the power of the earth to create a source of unlimited energy," she said. "But we unleashed something dark and terrible, something that consumed us all." "Can it be stopped?" I asked, my voice filled with hope. Elizabeth Blackwood looked at me, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. "Perhaps," she said, "but it will require a great sacrifice." Chapter 6: The Alchemist's Secret. Elizabeth Blackwood's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. A great sacrifice. What did that entail? More lives lost to the insatiable hunger of Blackwood. My own. "What kind of sacrifice?" I asked, my voice tight with apprehension. Elizabeth's gaze drifted to a shelf filled with dusty vials and arcane instruments. "The heart. It feeds on life, on energy. To weaken it, you must offer it something of equal power. something that resonates with its essence but opposes its nature. And what is that? She turned back to me, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. Death, she whispered. True death. The annihilation of something that is deeply connected to the heart itself. A chilling realization dawned on me. She wasn't talking about killing the heart of Blackwood. She was talking about something else. What are you suggesting? I asked, my voice barely audible. Elizabeth hesitated, her face etched with inner turmoil. There is a part of me that remains connected to the heart, she said, her voice trembling. A fragment of my soul that was absorbed into its being when it consumed the rest of my family. She was talking about herself. She was proposing her own destruction as a means of weakening the heart of Blackwood. You can't be serious, I said, my mind reeling. You're suggesting suicide. It is not suicide, she countered, her voice gaining strength. It is a release, a liberation. I have been trapped here for centuries, a prisoner of my own creation. This is my chance to finally be free. I stared at her, my mind warring between horror and admiration. She was willing to sacrifice herself to save others, to undo the terrible mistake she and her family had made. But how? I asked. How can you sever that connection? How can you destroy a part of yourself that is already bound to the heart of Blackwood? Elizabeth gestured to the workbench, her hand sweeping across the array of alchemical instruments. With these, she said, we developed certain techniques, certain processes for manipulating the very fabric of the soul. We sought to bind and control supernatural forces, but we also learned how to unravel them. She picked up a small silver dagger, its blade intricately engraved with arcane symbols. This, she said, is the key of Solomon. It is imbued with the power to sever the bonds that bind the soul to the physical world. With it, I can release my connection to the heart of Blackwood. But what then? I asked. What happens to the heart? Will it be destroyed? Elizabeth shook her head. Not entirely, she said, but it will be weakened. Its power will be diminished. It will be easier to contain. And how do I contain it? I asked. She turned to a shelf filled with dusty tomes, her fingers running along their spines. The answer lies in these books, she said. We recorded everything we learned, everything we discovered. The knowledge to create the heart of Blackwood and the knowledge to control it. But I'm not an alchemist, I protested. I'm a historian. I don't know anything about this stuff. You are a scholar, she countered. You have a thirst for knowledge, a respect for the past. You can learn what you need to know. She pulled a large, leather-bound book from the shelf and handed it to me. The book was heavy and worn, its pages filled with diagrams, symbols, and handwritten notes. This is the Codex Nigrum, she said, the Black Book. It contains all of our secrets, all of our failures, and all of our hopes. Study it carefully, and you will find the answer you seek. I took the book, its weight settling heavily in my hands. It felt cold and ancient, as if imbued with the very essence of Blackwood Manor. But what about you? I asked, turning back to Elizabeth. What will happen to you after you sever your connection to the heart? She smiled sadly. I will finally be at peace, she said. I will be free from this cursed place, free from the guilt and the regret that have haunted me for centuries. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, her face serene. "Are you ready?" she asked. I hesitated, my mind racing. This was a huge decision, a life-altering moment. I was about to participate in a ritual that would end a woman's life, even if she was already centuries dead. But I knew that I had no choice. If I wanted to save myself, if I wanted to protect the world from the heart of Blackwood, I had to do this. "Yes," I said, my voice firm. "I'm ready." Elizabeth opened her eyes and nodded. "Then let us begin," she said. She led me to a small stone altar in the corner of the laboratory. She placed the silver dagger on the altar and began to chant in a language I didn't understand. The air in the laboratory grew thick and heavy, and the phosphorescent glow from the well seemed to intensify. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, warning me, threatening me. "I don't do it, and you'll regret this. You're making a mistake." I ignored them and focused on Elizabeth, on her chanting, on the ritual that was about to unfold. She picked up the silver dagger and held it aloft, its blade gleaming in the dim light. "Are you certain?" I asked, my voice filled with apprehension. Elizabeth looked at me, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "I am," she said. "It is time." With a deep breath, she plunged the silver dagger into her chest. A blinding flash of light filled the laboratory, and a wave of energy washed over me, knocking me to the ground. The whispers stopped. The phosphorescent glow from the well dimmed, and Elizabeth Blackwood vanished. The laboratory was silent, still and empty. Except for me. I lay on the floor, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The heart of Blackwood, it was weaker now. I could feel it. Its presence was diminished, its power diminished. But it was still there. And it was waiting. I knew that my task was far from over. I had only taken the first step. Now, I had to learn how to contain the heart of Blackwood, to prevent it from ever consuming another soul. I picked up the Codex Nigrum, its weight settling heavily in my hands. The answer, I knew, was in this book, and I had to find it before it was too late. Chapter 7, The Black Book Secrets. The silence in the alchemist's laboratory was profound, a stark contrast to the cacophony of whispers that had plagued me for so long. It was a silence thick with the weight of Elizabeth Blackwood's sacrifice, a silence that amplified the enormity of the task that lay before me. I rose to my feet, my body aching, my mind reeling. The Codex Nigrum felt heavy in my hands, a tangible representation of the immense power and terrifying knowledge it contained. The phosphorescent glow from the well was now a faint glimmer, barely illuminating the room. I needed light, and I needed a place to study. My only option was to return to the library, the chamber where this nightmare had begun. The memory of the vanishing door filled me with dread, but I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to press on. I carefully examined the laboratory, searching for anything that might be of use. I found a few candles, made from some strange, waxy substance that emitted a faint, greenish light when lit. I also found a small pouch filled with what appeared to be alchemical ingredients, dried herbs, powdered minerals, and strange crystalline substances. I had no idea what they were, but I pocketed the pouch anyway. They might prove useful later. With a deep breath, I headed back to the narrow passage that led out of the laboratory. The journey was even more treacherous in the dim light, and I stumbled several times, scraping my knees and elbows against the rough walls. As I approached the end of the passage, I hesitated. What awaited me on the other side? Would the stone door still be open, or would I be trapped in this tunnel forever? I took a deep breath and squeezed through the opening, emerging back into the hidden chamber. The wall was as I had left it, the hole gaping open, revealing the fleshy chamber beyond. But something was different. The throbbing of the heart was fainter now, its rhythm slower, more labored. The walls were no longer pulsing with life. They were withering, their vibrant color fading to a dull, sickly gray. Elizabeth Blackwood's sacrifice had weakened the heart of Blackwood, but it hadn't destroyed it. It was still alive, still hungry, and still waiting. I turned away from the fleshy chamber and approached the wall where the small wooden door had once been. I ran my hands along the stone, searching for any sign of an opening. And then I found it. A faint tremor, a subtle vibration that resonated through the wall. The door was back. Relief washed over me, a wave of gratitude that almost brought me to my knees. I pushed against the stone, and with a grinding groan, the small wooden door swung open, revealing the familiar sight of the library. The library was just as I remembered it, a vast, two-story chamber filled with books and shadows. The fire in the hearth had died down to embers, and the air was cold and stale. The whispers were still present, but they were fainter here, a distant murmur that barely registered above the creaking of the house. I entered the library, my senses on high alert. I had no idea what to expect. Had the heart of Blackwood sent its minions to intercept me? Was the house itself working against me? I moved cautiously, my hand gripping the Codex Nigrum, my eyes scanning the shadows. The faces in the portraits seemed to watch me, their expressions unreadable. I reached the large table in the center of the room and set down the Codex Nigrum. I found a few more candles and lit them, their faint light chasing away the darkness and revealing the familiar surroundings. I took a seat at the table, my heart pounding in my chest. It was time to study the Codex Nigrum, to learn the secrets of the Blackwood family, to find a way to contain the heart of Blackwood. I opened the book, its pages filled with diagrams, symbols, and handwritten notes. The text was written in a strange, archaic language that I didn't recognize. I frowned, my hopes sinking. How was I supposed to decipher this? Then I noticed something. A small, handwritten note tucked inside the front cover of the book. It was written in English, in a neat, elegant script. To whoever finds this book, the note read, know that you have inherited a great responsibility. The Codex Nigrum contains the secrets of the Blackwood family, secrets that can be used for great good or terrible evil. Study it carefully and use its knowledge wisely. But be warned, the heart of Blackwood will not relinquish its secrets easily. It will test you, it will tempt you, it will try to break you. But you must resist. You must remain true to yourself. and you must never forget the sacrifice that has been made to give you this opportunity." The note was signed simply, Elizabeth Blackwood. Her words gave me strength, a renewed sense of purpose. I wasn't alone in this. Elizabeth Blackwood was with me, in spirit, guiding me, helping me to understand the secrets of the Codex Nigrum. I turned back to the book and began to study it, slowly and painstakingly deciphering the strange language and the arcane symbols. It was slow going, but I persevered, driven by the knowledge that the fate of Blackwood Manor and perhaps the world rested on my shoulders. As I delved deeper into the Codex Nigrum, I began to understand the true nature of the heart of Blackwood. It wasn't just a source of power. It was a living embodiment of fear, a manifestation of the darkest aspects of the human psyche. The Blackwood family had sought to control that power, to harness it for their own purposes, but they had failed. They had unleashed something that was far beyond their control, something that had consumed them all. Now it was my turn to try. I studied the diagrams, the symbols, the notes. I learned about the alchemical processes, the magical rituals, the ancient incantations that were used to create and control the heart of Blackwood. I learned about the weaknesses of the heart, the vulnerabilities that could be exploited to contain its power. And I learned about the great sacrifice that was required to truly destroy it. As I delved deeper into the Codex Nigrum, I began to feel a strange connection to the Blackwood family, a sense of shared history, a shared destiny. I understood their motivations, their fears, their hopes. I also began to feel the presence of the heart of Blackwood, its influence seeping into my thoughts, tempting me with promises of power and knowledge. It was trying to seduce me, to corrupt me, to turn me into another one of its servants. But I resisted. I remembered Elizabeth Blackwood's words, her warning to remain true to myself. I focused on her sacrifice, on the hope that she had placed in me. And I persevered. Finally, after hours of painstaking study, I found what I was looking for. A ritual, a complex and dangerous incantation that could be used to seal the heart of Blackwood, to contain its power, to prevent it from ever consuming another soul. But the ritual required a rare and powerful ingredient, something that was not mentioned anywhere else in the Codex Nigrum. I frowned, my hopes sinking again. Where was I supposed to find this missing ingredient? Then I remembered something, the pouch. The small pouch that I had found in the alchemist's laboratory. The pouch filled with dried herbs, powdered minerals, and strange, crystalline substances. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the pouch. I opened it and examined the contents, my heart pounding in my chest. And then I saw it. A small, crystalline substance that shimmered with an ethereal light. The missing ingredient. I had it. Now, all I had to do was perform the ritual. But first, I had to gather my courage. And I had to prepare myself for the final confrontation with the heart of Blackwood. Chapter 8, Preparing for the Sealing. With the Codex Nigrum's secrets partially unlocked and the crucial ingredient in hand, a fragile hope blossomed within me. But I was under no illusions. The heart of Blackwood, though weakened, was still a formidable entity. Its power was woven into the very fabric of the manor, and confronting it would be a battle for my mind, body, and soul. The library felt different now. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a malevolent life of their own. The portraits, with their silent, judging gazes, were more unsettling than ever, and the whispers, though still faint, were laced with a new sense of urgency, a desperate plea to abandon my quest and leave it alone. I don't interfere. You don't understand. I ignored them, focusing on the task at hand. The ritual described in the Codex Nigrum was complex and demanding, requiring precise movements, specific incantations, and a thorough understanding of alchemical principles. I had no time to waste. I spread the Codex Nigrum open on the table, its pages filled with diagrams and symbols that swam before my eyes. I reread the instructions for the sealing ritual, memorizing each step, each word, each gesture. I practiced the incantations, whispering them under my breath until they felt natural on my tongue. The air in the library grew colder, and the candles flickered wildly, as if buffeted by an unseen wind. The shadows danced and swayed, taking on grotesque shapes that threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to concentrate, to block out the distractions, to focus on the ritual. I had to be perfect. One mistake, one mispronounced word, and the heart of Blackwood could seize control, turning me into another one of its puppets. As I prepared, I began to understand the true nature of the Blackwood family's obsession with alchemy. They weren't just seeking to transform matter, they were seeking to transform themselves, to transcend the limitations of the human body and mind. They believed that they could unlock the secrets of the universe and become gods themselves. But their ambition had blinded them to the dangers of their experiments. They had unleashed a force that they could not control, a force that had ultimately destroyed them all. I vowed to learn from their mistakes, to approach the heart of Blackwood with humility and respect, to use its power only for good. With the ritual memorized and the incantations perfected, I turned my attention to the alchemical ingredients. The pouch I had found in Elizabeth Blackwood's laboratory contained a variety of dried herbs, powdered minerals, and crystalline substances, each with its own unique properties and purpose. I consulted the Codex Nigrum, searching for instructions on how to use these ingredients. I learned that each ingredient corresponded to a specific element, a specific planet, a specific aspect of the human psyche. They were the building blocks of reality, the keys to unlocking the hidden forces of the universe. I carefully measured out the ingredients, following the instructions in the Codex Nigrum with meticulous precision. I combined them in a small, silver bowl, stirring them together with a bone spoon. As the ingredients mixed, they began to glow with a faint, ethereal light. The air filled with a strange, otherworldly aroma, a combination of incense, herbs, and something else, something indefinable, something ancient and powerful. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their voices laced with desperation. Stop it. As you don't know what you're doing. You're playing with fire. I ignored them and continued to stir the ingredients, my mind focused on the task at hand. The mixture began to bubble and froth, its color changing from a pale green to a deep, iridescent blue. Finally, the mixture was complete. I held the silver bowl in my hands, its contents glowing with an otherworldly light. I felt a surge of power coursing through my veins, a sense of connection to something vast and ancient. I was ready. I took a deep breath and extinguished the candles, plunging the library into darkness. The phosphorescent glow from the well was now the only source of light, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a malevolent life of their own. I approached the small wooden door that led back to the hidden chamber. The whispers were a deafening roar now, a chorus of voices screaming at me to turn back. "It don't go. You'll die. You can't stop us." I ignored them and opened the door, stepping back into the hidden chamber. The fleshy chamber was still there, its walls withering, its heart throbbing weakly. The skeleton stood guard, its bony fingers outstretched, its empty sockets filled with a malevolent glow. I ignored it and walked towards the fleshy chamber, my hand holding the silver bowl aloft, its contents glowing with an ethereal light. The heart of Blackwood sensed my presence, its throbbing growing faster, more frantic. The walls seemed to constrict, trying to crush me. I stood my ground, my mind focused on the ritual, my will unwavering. "I have come to contain you," I said, my voice ringing out in the chamber. "I have come to end your reign of terror." The heart of Blackwood responded with a deafening roar, a surge of energy that threatened to overwhelm me. But I stood firm. I raised the silver bowl above my head and began to chant the incantation, my voice echoing through the chamber. As I chanted, the air grew thick with power, and the phosphorescent glow from the well intensified, casting an ethereal light on the scene. The fleshy walls writhed and pulsed, trying to break free from their confinement. The skeleton lunged at me, its bony fingers reaching out to stop me. But I was too quick. I dodged the skeleton and continued to chant, my voice growing louder, more powerful. The ritual was working. The heart of Blackwood began to shrink, its throbbing growing weaker. The fleshy walls began to crumble, their color fading to a dull, lifeless gray. The skeleton shrieked in frustration, its bony limbs flailing wildly. I continued to chant, my voice reaching a crescendo. The heart of Blackwood let out a final, deafening roar, and then silence. The fleshy chamber collapsed, its walls crumbling to dust, its heart dissolving into nothingness. The skeleton crumbled as well, its bones scattering across the floor. The hidden chamber was silent, still, and empty. Except for me. I stood there, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The heart of Blackwood was gone. Or so I thought. Chapter 9. The Residue of Terror. The immediate aftermath of the heart's vanishing was almost anticlimactic. The pulsating fleshy walls, the spectral skeleton, the oppressive weight of centuries of malevolence all gone. Just a silent, stone chamber faintly lit by the ghostly glow from the well. It felt lighter, as if a crushing weight had been lifted not only from the room but from my very soul. I allowed myself a moment of cautious optimism. Perhaps it was truly over. Perhaps Elizabeth Blackwood's sacrifice, combined with the ritual from the Codex Nigrum, had been enough to banish the heart of Blackwood for good. But a nagging unease persisted. The whispers were gone, yes, but their absence felt more like a strategic retreat than a final defeat. And the faint, lingering scent of decay still clung to the air, a subtle reminder of the horrors that had transpired. I had to be certain. I had to ensure that the heart of Blackwood was truly gone, that it couldn't return to plague this place again. The Codex Nigrum offered no further instructions, no post-banishment checklist. It seemed the Blackwood family had never actually succeeded in destroying their creation, only containing it. I was on my own. My first instinct was to seal the well. If the heart of Blackwood had drawn its power from the souls trapped within its depths, then cutting off that connection was paramount. I began to search the hidden chamber for anything that could be used to block the well. The skeleton's scattered bones were useless, crumbling to dust at my touch. The stones in the wall were too large and heavy to move. Then I remembered the alchemist's laboratory. Perhaps there were materials there that could be used to seal the well. I made my way back to the narrow passage, my heart pounding in my chest. The passage was just as I remembered it, dark and cramped, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. I reached the laboratory and stepped inside. The room was silent and empty, just as I had left it. The candles had burned down to stubs, leaving the room in near darkness. I searched the shelves, the workbench, the floor, looking for anything that could be used to seal the well. I found nothing but empty vials, broken instruments, and piles of dusty parchment. Despair began to creep in again. Was I doomed to fail? Was there no way to truly rid Blackwood Manor of its evil? Then I noticed something. A small wooden chest tucked away in a corner of the laboratory. It was old and weathered, its surface covered in scratches and dents. It was locked. I tried to pry it open with my fingers, but the lock was too strong. I needed a tool. I searched the laboratory again, and this time I found what I was looking for. A small iron crowbar hidden beneath a pile of rubble. I used the crowbar to pry open the wooden chest. The lock snapped with a satisfying crack, and the lid swung open, revealing its contents. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a single object. A silver mirror, its surface polished to a gleaming shine. A mirror. What good was a mirror in a situation like this? I lifted the mirror from the chest and examined it closely. It was intricately carved with arcane symbols, similar to those found in the Codex Nigrum. The silver was tarnished with age, but the surface was still reflective. As I gazed into the mirror, I saw my own reflection staring back at me. But something was wrong. My reflection was distorted, its features twisted and grotesque. I recoiled, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't just a mirror, it was something else, something magical. Then I understood. The silver mirror wasn't just a reflection of the physical world. It was a portal to the spiritual realm, a window into the souls trapped within the well. It could be used to seal the well, to trap the souls within their prison forever. But it was dangerous. The mirror could also be used to open the well, to unleash the souls upon the world. I had to be careful. I took the silver mirror and headed back to the hidden chamber, my mind racing. The whispers were gone, but I knew that the heart of Blackwood was still watching, still waiting, still hopping to reclaim its power. I reached the hidden chamber and approached the well. The phosphorescent glow was now barely visible, a faint glimmer that barely illuminated the darkness. I held the silver mirror in my hands and gazed into its surface. The faces of the trapped souls stared back at me, their eyes wide with terror and despair. I knew what I had to do. With a deep breath, I raised the silver mirror above my head and began to chant the incantation, my voice echoing through the chamber. As I chanted, the air grew cold, and the phosphorescent glow from the well intensified, casting an ethereal light on the scene. The faces in the mirror screamed, their voices reaching a fever pitch. I ignored them and continued to chant, my voice growing louder, more powerful. The ritual was working. The surface of the mirror began to ripple and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The screams of the trapped souls grew louder, more desperate. I continued to chant, my voice reaching a crescendo. With a final surge of energy, I thrust the silver mirror towards the well, its surface facing downwards. A blinding flash of light filled the chamber, and a shockwave of energy washed over me, knocking me to the ground. The screams stopped. The phosphorescent glow vanished. The well was sealed. The hidden chamber was silent, still and dark. I lay on the floor, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The heart of Blackwood was gone. The souls were trapped, and I was free. I stood up, my legs still trembling, and looked around the chamber. It was just a silent, stone room, devoid of any supernatural presence. The nightmare was over, or so I thought. As I turned to leave the hidden chamber, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure standing in the doorway, its face obscured by shadows. A figure that I recognized. A figure that I thought was dead. Elizabeth Blackwood. But this wasn't the Elizabeth Blackwood I had met in the alchemist's laboratory. This was something else, something darker. Her eyes gleamed with a malevolent light, and a sinister smile spread across her face. "Thank you," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. "You have done exactly as I wanted." Chapter 10: The Architect of Despair. The sight of Elizabeth Blackwood standing in the doorway of the hidden chamber sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror through me. This wasn't the tormented, remorseful spirit I had encountered in the alchemist's lab. This was something else, something malevolent and powerful. The candlelight from the library cast long, distorted shadows across her face, making her features appear sharp and cruel. Her eyes, which had been filled with sadness and regret, now gleamed with a sinister intelligence, a chilling satisfaction. What's happening?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I thought you were at peace." Elizabeth Blackwood chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Peace," she said, her voice dripping with scorn. "There is no peace in Blackwood Manor, only power. And now, thanks to you, that power is mine." A horrifying realization dawned on me. I had been manipulated. Elizabeth Blackwood hadn't wanted to destroy the heart of Blackwood. She had wanted to control it. And she had used me to achieve her goal. You used me," I said, my voice filled with anger and betrayal. "Of course I did," she said, her smile widening. "You were the perfect pawn, a scholar, a historian, someone who believed in the power of knowledge. You were so eager to uncover the secrets of Blackwood Manor, so desperate to prove yourself, that you were willing to do anything." "But why?" I asked, my mind reeling. "Why would you want to control the heart of Blackwood? What do you hope to gain?" Elizabeth Blackwood stepped into the hidden chamber, her eyes gleaming with an unholy light. "Power, of course," she said. "Unlimited power. With the heart of Blackwood under my control, I can bend reality to my will, reshape the world in my image." "You're insane," I said, my voice filled with disgust. "Perhaps," she said, shrugging, "but I prefer to think of myself as visionary. I see the potential for Blackwood Manor to become a beacon of power, a nexus of energy that can transform the world." "You'll destroy it," I protested. "The heart of Blackwood is evil. It consumes souls, it thrives on fear. It will only lead to destruction." "Nonsense," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "I can control it. I can harness its power for the greater good." "There is no greater good in Blackwood Manor," I countered. "There is only darkness and despair." Elizabeth Blackwood's smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold fury. "You dare to judge me," she hissed. "You, who have no understanding of the power that I wield." She raised her hand, and the air in the chamber crackled with energy. I felt a surge of fear, a primal instinct to flee. "I gave you the opportunity to leave," she said, her voice laced with menace. "I gave you the chance to walk away and forget about Blackwood Manor, but you refused. You meddled in affairs that were beyond your comprehension, and now you will pay the price." She closed her eyes and began to chant in a language I didn't understand. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the chamber deepened. The phosphorescent glow from the well flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. I felt a presence, a malevolent force that was pressing down on me, crushing me, suffocating me. It was the heart of Blackwood, its power now fully under Elizabeth Blackwood's control. "What are you doing?" I gasped, my voice barely audible. "I am claiming you," she said, her voice a chilling whisper in the darkness. "You will become part of Blackwood, a vessel for my will, a guardian of my secrets." I struggled to resist, but it was no use. The power of the heart of Blackwood was overwhelming, and I felt my mind slipping away, my consciousness fading. I was losing myself. I was becoming one with Blackwood Manor. Then a voice echoed in my mind, a familiar voice, a voice that I thought I had lost forever. "Remember," the voice whispered, "remember who you are." It was Elizabeth Blackwood, the true Elizabeth Blackwood, the remorseful spirit who had sacrificed herself to weaken the heart of Blackwood. She wasn't gone. She was still there, trapped within the manor, fighting against the darkness. Her voice gave me strength, a renewed sense of purpose. I had to resist. I had to fight against the heart of Blackwood. I had to reclaim my mind. I closed my eyes and focused on the memory of my life, on the things that I loved, on the people who cared about me. I remembered my research, my passion for history, my desire to uncover the truth. I was a historian, a scholar, a man of reason. I would not let myself be consumed by darkness. I fought back against the heart of Blackwood, pushing against its influence, resisting its power. It was a desperate battle, a struggle for my very soul. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to regain control. The darkness receded and my mind began to clear. I opened my eyes and the chamber flickered back into view. Elizabeth Blackwood was still chanting, her face contorted with concentration. She hadn't noticed that I was resisting. I had to act fast. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the Codex Nigrum. It was the only weapon I had. I opened the book to a random page and began to read aloud, my voice shaking at first, but growing stronger with each word. The words were nonsense, a jumble of arcane symbols and forgotten languages, but they were enough to disrupt Elizabeth Blackwood's concentration. She stumbled, her chanting faltering. The power of the heart of Blackwood weakened, and I felt its presence receding. Now was my chance. I slammed the Codex Nigrum shut and hurled it at Elizabeth Blackwood with all my might. The book struck her in the face, knocking her backwards. She screamed, a piercing sound that echoed through the chamber. The heart of Blackwood, its power disrupted, lashed out with a surge of energy. The air crackled with electricity, and the shadows in the chamber writhed and pulsed. I knew I had to get out of there now. I turned and ran, stumbling back towards the door that led to the library. Elizabeth Blackwood was still on the ground, clutching her face, her chanting silenced. I reached the door and stumbled through, slamming it shut behind me. I was back in the library, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The battle was far from over. Elizabeth Blackwood, empowered by the heart of Blackwood, was still a formidable threat. But I had survived, and I had learned a valuable lesson. Blackwood Manor was not just a haunted house, it was a battleground for the soul. And I was caught in the middle. Chapter 11, A Sanctuary of Sorts. The heavy oak door of the library offered a temporary respite, but I knew Elizabeth Blackwood wouldn't be far behind. I was trapped in a house that was now actively controlled by a malevolent entity, and my only advantage was a stolen book and a rapidly dwindling supply of courage. The library, once a place of fascination, now felt like a cage. The portraits seemed to leer down at me, their expressions shifting from curiosity to outright menace. The shelves, lined with forgotten knowledge, offered no solace, only a reminder of the power that had been used and abused within these walls. I needed a plan, a strategy to counter Elizabeth Blackwood's newfound control over the heart of Blackwood. Randomly throwing books at her wasn't going to cut it in the long run. My eyes fell on the hearth. The fire had long since died out, leaving only a pile of cold ashes. But the hearth itself was a massive structure, built from thick stones and adorned with intricate carvings. I approached the hearth and ran my hands along its surface, feeling for any hidden mechanisms, any secret passages. The stones were cold and rough, but as my fingers brushed against one particular carving, I felt a slight give, a subtle indentation. I pressed harder, and the carving slid inwards, revealing a small, hidden compartment. My heart leaped with hope. Another secret, another clue. I reached into the compartment and pulled out its contents. It was a small wooden box, its surface inlaid with silver and mother of pearl. It was locked. I searched the hearth again, and this time I found what I was looking for. A small silver key hidden beneath a loose stone. I inserted the key into the lock and turned. The lock clicked open, and I lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a single object, a compass. But this wasn't an ordinary compass. Its needle spun wildly, erratically, never settling on a single direction. The compass face was engraved with arcane symbols, similar to those found in the Codex Nigrum. I recognized it instantly. It was a spirit compass, an instrument used to detect and track supernatural energies. I had read about them in the Codex Nigrum. The Blackwood family had used spirit compasses to navigate the ley lines that crisscrossed the manor, to locate sources of power, and to detect the presence of otherworldly entities. This could be incredibly useful. With the spirit compass, I could track Elizabeth Blackwood's movements, anticipate her attacks, and perhaps even find a way to disrupt her control over the heart of Blackwood. I took the spirit compass and held it in my hands. The needle spun wildly, erratically, but as I focused my mind, as I concentrated on my desire to find Elizabeth Blackwood, the needle began to slow down, to settle on a particular direction. It was pointing towards the east wing of the manor. That was where I had to go. I extinguished the remaining candles, plunging the library into darkness. The portraits seemed to watch me, their expressions more menacing than ever. I knew that Elizabeth Blackwood was out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for me. But I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to be brave. I had to be strong. I had to find a way to stop her. I took a deep breath and headed towards the door, my hand gripping the spirit compass, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the door, I hesitated. Should I try to barricade it, to create some kind of defense against Elizabeth Blackwood's inevitable attack? But I knew it was useless. Blackwood Manor was under her control. She could bypass any physical barrier, any earthly obstacle. My only chance was to be proactive, to seek her out, to confront her on my own terms. I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. The manor was silent, still, and dark. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. The spirit compass needle spun wildly for a moment, then settled again, pointing towards the east wing. I followed the compass, moving cautiously through the darkened hallways. The floorboards creaked and groaned beneath my feet, and the shadows danced and swayed in the periphery of my vision. I passed through the grand foyer, the dining room, the music room, each chamber a testament to forgotten grandeur. The portraits on the walls seemed to watch me, their eyes following my every move. As I approached the east wing, the air grew colder, and the spirit compass needle began to spin more wildly. I could feel Elizabeth Blackwood's presence growing stronger, her power resonating through the walls. I reached the entrance to the east wing, a long, narrow corridor lined with doors. The corridor was plunged in darkness, and the air was thick with a palpable sense of dread. The spirit compass needle spun wildly, indicating that Elizabeth Blackwood was close, very close. I took a deep breath and stepped into the corridor, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors lining the corridor were all closed, their surfaces dark and foreboding. I had no idea which room Elizabeth Blackwood was in. I moved cautiously, my hand gripping the spirit compass, my ears straining to hear any sound. As I passed one particular door, I heard a faint whisper coming from within. It was Elizabeth Blackwood's voice. "Come in," she whispered. "I've been waiting for you." I stopped in front of the door, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it. This was the moment of truth. I knew that stepping into that room was a dangerous gamble. It could be a trap, a carefully orchestrated plan to ensnare me. But I had no choice. I had to confront Elizabeth Blackwood, to stop her from unleashing the power of the heart of Blackwood upon the world. I took a deep breath and reached for the door handle. It was cold and smooth beneath my fingers. I turned the handle and pushed the door open, and stepped into the darkness. Chapter 12: The Master Bedroom. The room was shrouded in shadows, lit only by the faint, ghostly glow emanating from a single, ornate mirror that dominated one wall. The scent of decay was overwhelming, mingled with a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. "Welcome, Mr. Caldwell," Elizabeth Blackwood's voice echoed from the darkness, smooth and chilling. "I trust you found your way." I stood just inside the doorway, my hand still resting on the cold wood. The spirit compass, clutched tightly in my other hand, spun erratically, a frantic dance of warning. This was her domain, a room crafted to reflect her warped desires. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice betraying none of the fear that was churning within me. A low chuckle filled the room, a sound that seemed to slither across the floorboards. "I want you, Mr. Caldwell, or rather your knowledge, your understanding of the past." Slowly, Elizabeth Blackwood emerged from the shadows. She was standing before the mirror, her reflection shimmering beside her. She wore a long, flowing gown of black velvet, and her face, though pale and gaunt, was devoid of any emotion except triumph. "I have spent centuries trapped within Blackwood Manor, longing to understand the world beyond these walls," she continued, her voice a silken whisper. "I have seen events unfold, empires rise and fall, technologies advance, but I have never been able to truly know the changes. You, Mr. Caldwell, possess that knowledge, and now you will share it with me." "I will never help you," I said, my voice firm, despite the trembling that had begun to overtake my limbs. "I will not allow you to corrupt the past, to use my knowledge for your evil purposes." Elizabeth Blackwood smiled, a cruel, unsettling curve of her lips. "You have no choice," she said. "The heart of Blackwood has been weakened, but it is still powerful. And now I am the key to unlocking its full potential." She gestured towards the mirror. "This mirror, Mr. Caldwell, is a gateway, a portal to your mind. Through it, I can access your memories, your knowledge, your very essence." My blood ran cold. The mirror. It wasn't just a reflection, it was a means of invasion. "You won't get away with this," I said, my voice hoarse. "Oh, but I will," she said, her eyes locking onto mine. "And you, Mr. Caldwell, will become an integral part of my grand design." She took a step forward, her shadow stretching across the room. The mirror pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. I could feel a strange energy emanating from it, a pull that drew me towards its reflective surface. I instinctively took a step backward, trying to put distance between myself and the mirror. The spirit compass in my hand spun wildly, its needle pointing directly at Elizabeth Blackwood. I had to act now. I had to disrupt her control, to break her concentration before she could use the mirror to invade my mind. I looked around the room, searching for anything at all, that could be used as a weapon. My eyes fell on the bed, a massive four-poster affair draped in dark, heavy fabric. The pillows were plump and inviting, but beneath them, I knew, lay danger. In a sudden burst of adrenaline, I lunged forward towards the bed. Elizabeth Blackwood hissed in surprise. I grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the mirror, hopping to shatter its surface, to disrupt the gateway. The pillow sailed through the air, but as it neared the mirror, it slowed, as if caught in an invisible force field. It hovered for a moment, then burst into flames, disintegrating into ash. I had failed. Elizabeth Blackwood smiled, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "You cannot stop me, Mr. Caldwell," she said. "The power of Blackwood is too strong." She gestured towards the mirror, and the reflection of the room began to shift and distort. The walls seemed to melt and flow, the furniture warped and twisted. The mirror was opening, widening, becoming a gateway to something else. I knew what was coming. She was about to pull me through. "No!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the room. I tried to turn and run, but the energy emanating from the mirror held me in place, a paralyzing force that made my muscles seize up. Elizabeth Blackwood moved closer, her face a mask of cold satisfaction. "It is time, Mr. Caldwell," she said. "Time to become one with Blackwood." She reached out and touched my arm. A jolt of energy surged through my body, a searing pain that burned like fire. The world around me began to spin, and the shadows in the room seemed to close in. I felt a powerful force pulling me towards the mirror, dragging me towards its shimmering surface. I tried to resist, but I was powerless. I was falling into the mirror, falling into Blackwood Manor, falling into the darkness. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. And then I felt something. A presence, a familiar presence, reaching out to me. Elizabeth Blackwood's voice, the good one, the one that sacrificed herself. "Remember," the voice whispered, echoing in my mind. "Remember the Codex Nigrum, remember the ritual." The ritual, the sealing ritual. I had to perform it now. I forced my eyes open and through the swirling chaos saw the mirror. It was widening, becoming a gaping maw that threatened to swallow me whole. With a surge of adrenaline, I focused my mind, pushing back against the force that was pulling me through. I remembered the steps of the ritual, the incantations, the ingredients. I had to say the words now. With my last ounce of strength, I began to chant the incantation, my voice barely a whisper above the roar of the energy. As I chanted, the power pulling me towards the mirror weakened. The chaos in the room began to subside. The image of the mirror flickered and distorted, as if the connection was faltering. Elizabeth Blackwood shrieked in rage, her face contorted with fury. She tried to stop me, to silence my chanting, but the energy of the ritual was too strong. The power of the Codex Nigrum was finally working. The ritual was taking hold. And with a final, desperate surge of energy, I broke free from Elizabeth Blackwood's grasp. I stumbled back away from the mirror, away from the darkness. The mirror shattered, its surface exploding into shards of silver and glass. The room flickered back into its normal state. Elizabeth Blackwood screamed again, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. She lunged at me, her eyes burning with fury. But I was ready. I had survived, and the battle was far from over. Chapter 13: The Dance of Desperation. The shattering of the mirror released a wave of raw, chaotic energy that slammed into the room, throwing me backwards against the wall. The master bedroom, once a carefully constructed stage for Elizabeth Blackwood's twisted desires, was now a scene of utter devastation. Splintered furniture lay scattered across the floor. The air crackled with residual energy, and the scent of ozone stung my nostrils. Elizabeth Blackwood, momentarily stunned by the destruction of her gateway, staggered back, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Her eyes burned with a malevolent intensity, and her voice, when she spoke, was laced with venom. "You fool," she shrieked, her words echoing through the ruined chamber. "You have ruined everything. You have destroyed my connection to the past, my chance to reshape the world." I pushed myself up from the floor, my body aching, my mind reeling. The spirit compass, still clutched in my hand, spun wildly, its needle vibrating with frantic energy. I knew that Elizabeth Blackwood was at her most dangerous now, driven by a furious desperation that could lead her to anything. "It's not too late, Elizabeth," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "You can still turn back, you can still find peace." She laughed, a harsh, grating sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Peace? There is no peace for me, Mr. Caldwell. There is only power, and now I will take that power by force." She raised her hand, and the air in the room crackled with energy. The shadows seemed to deepen, to coalesce around her, forming a swirling vortex of darkness. I knew that I had to act quickly. I couldn't allow her to regain control, to unleash the full force of the heart of Blackwood. I looked around the room, searching for any advantage, any weapon. My eyes fell on a shattered piece of mirror lying on the floor. It was small and jagged, but it was better than nothing. I darted forward, snatching up the shard of mirror. my heart pounding in my chest. Elizabeth Blackwood's eyes narrowed, her gaze following my every move. "You dare to threaten me with that," she hissed. "You think a sliver of glass can stop me?" I said nothing, my mind focused on the task at hand. I knew that the shard of mirror was no match for Elizabeth Blackwood's power, but it was a symbol, a reminder of the connection that had been broken, the gateway that had been destroyed. I held the shard of mirror in front of me, its reflective surface catching the faint light. The blade glinted dangerously, mirroring her image back at her. Elizabeth Blackwood hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She sensed the power of the mirror, the echo of its shattered potential. "You cannot defeat me," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I am the mistress of Blackwood Manor. I control the very fabric of this place." I took a step forward, my eyes locked on hers. "Blackwood Manor controls you," I said, my voice gaining strength. "It has consumed your soul, twisted your mind. You are a prisoner here just like the rest." My words seemed to strike a chord, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. I pressed my advantage, stepping closer, the shard of mirror held out before me like a shield. "It's not too late, Elizabeth," I said. "You can break free. You can reclaim your soul." For a moment, I thought I had reached her. I saw a glimmer of recognition in her eyes, a hint of the remorseful spirit I had encountered in the alchemist's lab. But then the darkness returned and her face hardened with resolve. "Lies," she shrieked. "You are trying to trick me. You are trying to steal my power." She raised her hand, and a bolt of pure energy shot towards me, searing through the air. I ducked, the energy bolt narrowly missing my head, scorching a patch of the floor behind me. I knew that I couldn't reason with her. She was too far gone, too deeply entrenched in the darkness of Blackwood Manor. My only chance was to fight. I lunged forward, closing the distance between us, the shard of mirror held out before me. Elizabeth Blackwood recoiled in surprise, her eyes widening in fear. She hadn't expected me to attack. I slashed at her with the shard of mirror, aiming for her face. She screamed and recoiled, raising her arms to protect herself. The shard of mirror sliced through her gown, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Elizabeth Blackwood staggered back, her hand clutching at the wound. Her eyes burned with rage. "You will regret this," she shrieked. "You will suffer for what you have done." She unleashed a torrent of energy, a swirling vortex of darkness that threatened to engulf me. I knew that I couldn't withstand a direct hit. I had to evade her attacks, to wear her down, to find a weakness. I dodged and weaved, using the ruined furniture as cover, trying to avoid the deadly bolts of energy that she was throwing my way. The master bedroom became a battleground, a dance of desperation between two opposing forces. Elizabeth Blackwood, fueled by the power of the heart of Blackwood, and me, armed with nothing but a shard of mirror and a desperate will to survive. As the battle raged, I began to notice something. Elizabeth Blackwood was growing weaker. Her movements were becoming slower, her attacks less precise. The effort of controlling the heart of Blackwood was taking its toll. I knew that I had to keep fighting, to keep pressing the advantage, to wear her down until she was too weak to resist. But I also knew that I couldn't win this battle alone. I needed help. I needed a miracle. And then I heard a voice, a faint whisper in the back of my mind. It was Elizabeth Blackwood, the good Elizabeth Blackwood, the one who had sacrificed herself. "Use the mirror," she whispered. "Use the mirror to trap her." The mirror, but it was shattered. How could I use it to trap her? Then I understood. The mirror wasn't just a physical object. It was a symbol of the connection between Elizabeth Blackwood and the heart of Blackwood, a symbol of the darkness that had consumed her soul. I could use that symbol to trap her, to bind her to the darkness, to prevent her from ever harming anyone again. But how? The answer came to me in a flash. The ritual, the sealing ritual. I had used it to weaken the heart of Blackwood. I could use it again, this time to trap Elizabeth Blackwood. I took a deep breath and began to chant the incantation, my voice ringing out in the ruined chamber. Elizabeth Blackwood screamed in rage, her eyes widening in horror. She knew what I was trying to do. She unleashed a final surge of energy, a desperate attempt to stop me. But it was too late. The power of the ritual was too strong. As I chanted, the shard of mirror in my hand began to glow, its reflective surface shimmering with an ethereal light. Elizabeth Blackwood cried in pain, her body convulsing. Her image was getting sucked into the mirror. With a final, desperate scream, Elizabeth Blackwood was completely absorbed by the shard of mirror. The energy vanished, and everything went back to normal. I stood there, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The battle was finally over. Or so I thought. Chapter 14, The Reflections Prison. The silence that descended upon the master bedroom after Elizabeth Blackwood's absorption into the shard of mirror was more profound than any I had experienced within Blackwood Manor. It wasn't just the absence of physical sound, but the cessation of a psychic presence, the snuffing out of a malevolent will that had permeated the very stones of the house for centuries. The air felt clean, almost sterile, devoid of the lingering scent of decay and the oppressive weight of despair. I stood amidst the ruins, my body aching, my mind exhausted, staring at the shard of mirror now lying inert on the floor. Had it worked? Had I truly trapped Elizabeth Blackwood, or was this just another temporary reprieve, another lull before the storm? The spirit compass, which had been vibrating frantically just moments before, now lay still in my hand, its needle pointing vaguely towards the floor. It was as if the compass itself was unsure whether the threat had been neutralized or merely contained. I knew that I couldn't afford to be complacent. The Codex Nigrum had warned of the heart of Blackwood's resilience, its ability to adapt and regenerate. Elizabeth Blackwood, even trapped within the mirror shard, could still pose a danger. She could whisper, she could influence, she could plant seeds of doubt and fear in the minds of the living. My first priority was to secure the mirror shard, to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, or worse, from shattering and releasing Elizabeth Blackwood's essence back into the world. I searched the ruined master bedroom for a suitable container. The wooden chest from the alchemist's laboratory came to mind, but that was too far away, too exposed. I needed something closer, something more secure. My eyes fell on the bed, the massive four-poster affair that had been the scene of so much horror. The heavy drapes, though torn and tattered, were still largely intact. I gathered the drapes, wrapping them tightly around the mirror shard, creating a makeshift shroud that would protect it from harm and shield it from view. The heavy fabric seemed to absorb some of the residual energy emanating from the shard, creating a sense of containment. But where to hide it? The master bedroom was far too exposed. Elizabeth Blackwood knew this room intimately, and she would undoubtedly be able to find the shard, even trapped within the mirror. I needed a hiding place that was both secure and unexpected, a place that Elizabeth Blackwood would never think to look. Then an idea struck me, the portraits. The portraits that lined the walls of Blackwood Manor, their silent, judging gazes following my every move. They were more than just decorations. They were symbols of the Blackwood family, guardians of their history, keepers of their secrets. And one particular portrait stood out in my mind, the portrait of Elizabeth Blackwood herself, the one that hung in the library. It was a haunting image, a depiction of a woman consumed by ambition and regret. What better place to hide the shard of mirror containing her essence than within her own portrait? It was a twisted irony, a fitting punishment for her betrayal. I carefully carried the shrouded mirror shard out of the master bedroom and back towards the library, my senses on high alert. The manor remained silent, still and dark, but I knew that I was not alone. The good Elizabeth Blackwood, the one who had sacrificed herself to weaken the heart of Blackwood, was still with me, her presence a faint whisper in the back of my mind. "Be careful," she warned. "She is not truly gone." I reached the library and approached the portrait of Elizabeth Blackwood. The image seemed to flicker and distort in the dim light, as if the painting itself was aware of my presence. I carefully removed the portrait from the wall, revealing a dark, empty space behind it. I placed the shrouded mirror shard in the space, concealing it from view. Then I rehung the portrait, its image now concealing the prison of its subject. The Blackwood Manor was now Elizabeth's prison. I stepped back and gazed at the portrait, my heart filled with a mixture of triumph and trepidation. I had done it. I had contained Elizabeth Blackwood, at least for now. But I knew that my task was far from over. The heart of Blackwood was gone, but its influence lingered, woven into the very fabric of the manor. And there was still one mystery that remained unsolved. The reason why the Blackwood family had sought to control such a dangerous power in the first place. What had driven them to unleash the heart of Blackwood upon the world? What were they hoping to achieve? The Codex Nigrum held the answer, I was sure of it. But I was too exhausted, too drained to continue studying it now. I needed rest, a brief respite from the horrors of Blackwood Manor. I found a relatively clean spot on a couch in the library and lay down, closing my eyes. The whispers were gone, the shadows were still, and the air was clean. For the first time since arriving at Blackwood Manor, I felt a sense of peace. But it was a fragile peace, a temporary truce in a war that was far from over. I knew that the darkness would return, and I had to be ready. Chapter 15. The Genesis of Corruption. Sleep came fitfully, a restless dance between exhaustion and lingering dread. Images of the shattered mirror, the pulsating fleshy walls, and Elizabeth Blackwood's tormented face flickered behind my eyelids, haunting my dreams. The good Elizabeth's voice echoed in the silence, a constant reminder of the lingering danger. I awoke with a jolt, the library still shrouded in the pre-dawn gloom. The manor remained eerily silent, but the air felt charged, as if holding its breath in anticipation of some unknown event. I knew that I couldn't linger, that I had to unravel the remaining mysteries of Blackwood Manor before the darkness had a chance to regroup. My focus shifted to the origins of the heart of Blackwood. What drove the Blackwood family to seek out such a destructive power? What grand ambition justified such a terrible risk? The Codex Nigrum, my only guide, held the answers, but deciphering its secrets would require a clear mind and unwavering focus. I found a pitcher of water in the dining room miraculously, untainted, and splashed some on my face, trying to wash away the remnants of the nightmare. I then returned to the library, lit a few candles, and settled back at the table, the Codex Nigrum open before me. The initial pages of the Codex focused primarily on alchemical theory, diagrams of celestial bodies, and intricate descriptions of the four elements. But as I delved deeper, the tone shifted, growing darker, more obsessive. The Blackwood family, it seemed, had initially sought to unlock the secrets of immortality, to transcend the limitations of the human body and mind. They believed that death was an artificial construct, a limitation imposed by the laws of nature, and that with the right knowledge and the right ingredients, it could be overcome. Their experiments began innocently enough, with the distillation of herbs and the transmutation of metals. But as their ambition grew, they began to delve into more dangerous areas, exploring the occult, summoning spirits, and manipulating the very fabric of reality. They became convinced that the key to immortality lay in harnessing the power of the earth, in tapping into the primal energies that flowed beneath the surface of the world. They identified a nexus point, a place where these energies were particularly strong, and they began to excavate, digging deep into the earth beneath Blackwood Manor. What they found was not a source of life, but a well of darkness, a pool of primal fear and despair. They had stumbled upon something ancient and terrible, something that had been dormant for centuries, waiting for someone to awaken it. But the Blackwood family, blinded by their ambition, saw only opportunity. They believed that they could control this force, to harness its power for their own purposes. They began to experiment, using alchemical rituals and occult incantations to bind the darkness, to shape it into a weapon. They succeeded in a twisted sort of way. They created the heart of Blackwood, a living embodiment of fear, a source of unlimited power. But they couldn't control it. The darkness consumed them, twisted their minds, and turned them into puppets of its will. They became monsters, sacrificing their own family and servants to feed the heart of Blackwood, to sustain its power. As I read these accounts, I felt a growing sense of horror and disgust. The Blackwood family had been driven by a selfish ambition, a desire for power that had blinded them to the consequences of their actions. They had unleashed a terrible evil upon the world, and they had paid the ultimate price. But why? Why were they so obsessed with immortality? What were they hoping to achieve? The answer, I discovered, lay in the final pages of the Codex Nigrum, in a series of cryptic entries written in a code that I initially couldn't decipher. I spent hours poring over these entries, trying to break the code. I consulted other books in the library, searching for clues, but to no avail. Then I remembered something: the alchemist's laboratory. Elizabeth Blackwood had been trying to remember something, scratching something on a piece of parchment with a quill pen. What was she trying to remember? What was she trying to decode? I returned to the narrow passage and made my way back to the alchemist's laboratory. The room was still silent and empty, just as I had left it. I searched the laboratory, looking for the piece of parchment that Elizabeth Blackwood had been working on. It was lying on the workbench, covered in dust and grime. I picked it up and examined it closely. It was a series of symbols arranged in a complex pattern. It looked like a code. I compared the symbols on the parchment to the coded entries in the Codex Nigrum, and then I realized something. It was the key. Elizabeth Blackwood had been trying to recreate the key to unlock the final secrets of the Codex Nigrum. I used the key to decode the cryptic entries, and the truth was revealed. The Blackwood family wasn't just seeking immortality for themselves. They were seeking to create a new world order, a world ruled by those who had transcended death, a world where the laws of nature no longer applied. They believed that humanity was on the verge of destruction, that war, disease, and environmental catastrophe would soon lead to the extinction of the human race. They saw themselves as the saviors of humanity, the chosen few who would guide the world through the coming apocalypse. But they knew that they couldn't achieve their goals in their mortal forms. They needed to transcend death, to become something more than human. That was why they had sought to harness the power of the earth, to create the heart of Blackwood. They believed that it was the key to unlocking immortality, to transforming themselves into gods. But their ambition had blinded them to the true nature of the darkness they were dealing with. They had unleashed a force that was far beyond their control, a force that had ultimately destroyed them all. And now I was left to clean up their mess. The revelation of the Blackwood family's true intentions sent a chill down my spine. They weren't just misguided alchemists. They were megalomaniacal visionaries who had sought to impose their twisted will upon the world. Their quest for immortality had led them down a path of corruption and destruction, and their legacy was a house haunted by the ghosts of their ambition, a world threatened by the lingering power of the heart of Blackwood. I closed the Codex Nigrum, its weight feeling heavier than ever. The responsibility of preventing the Blackwoods' goals was now on my shoulders. I had to find a way to break the cycle of corruption, to ensure that their twisted vision never came to pass. But how? I was just one man, armed with nothing but a book and a spirit compass. What could I possibly do to counter the influence of centuries of darkness? The answer, I realized, lay in the people. The people of Hollow Creek, the villagers who had whispered stories of Blackwood Manor for generations. They were the key to breaking the cycle, to reclaiming the land from the clutches of the past. They had lived under the shadow of Blackwood Manor for too long, their lives shaped by its presence, their fears fueled by its legends. It was time for them to confront their fears, to reclaim their history, to build a future free from the influence of the Blackwood family. I knew that it wouldn't be easy. The villagers were superstitious, wary of outsiders, and deeply ingrained in their beliefs, but I had to try. I resolved to leave Blackwood Manor, to venture into Hollow Creek, and to share the truth about the Blackwood family, about the heart of Blackwood, and about the sacrifices that had been made to contain its power. I knew that it was a risky move. Elizabeth Blackwood, even trapped within the mirror shard, could still influence the villagers, could still turn them against me. But I had to take the chance. The fate of Hollow Creek, and perhaps the world, depended on it. I packed my bag with the Codex Nigrum, the spirit compass, and a few other essential items. I took one last look around the library, the chamber where my nightmare had begun. It was time to leave Blackwood Manor behind, to face the world beyond its walls. I stepped out of the library and headed towards the front door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the door, I heard a sound, a faint whisper in the back of my mind. It was Elizabeth Blackwood. "You cannot leave," she whispered. "You belong here now." I ignored her and reached for the door handle. "If you leave," she continued, her voice growing stronger, "I will unleash the darkness upon Hollow Creek. I will destroy everything you hold dear." I hesitated, my hand trembling. Her words were a threat, a desperate attempt to stop me. But I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to be brave. I had to be strong. I took a deep breath and turned the door handle. The door swung open, revealing the world beyond Blackwood Manor. I stepped outside, leaving the darkness behind. Or so I thought. Chapter 16, Hollow Creek's Whispers. The crisp morning air bit at my exposed skin as I stepped out of Blackwood Manor, a stark contrast to the stagnant, oppressive atmosphere I had endured within its walls. The sun, a pale disk on the horizon, cast long, skeletal shadows across the overgrown lawns, making the manor appear even more sinister than before. I turned my back on the decaying facade, forcing myself to focus on the path ahead. Hollow Creek lay just a few miles down the winding road, a village steeped in superstition and fear. My mission was to convince them of the truth, to arm them with the knowledge to break free from Blackwood's lingering influence. It was a daunting task, but I had come too far to turn back now. As I walked, I clutched the shrouded mirror shard containing Elizabeth Blackwood tighter, a constant reminder of the evil that I carried with me. Her whispers, though fainter than before, still plagued my mind, a constant barrage of doubt and fear. "They won't believe you," she hissed. "They're fools, superstitious peasants. They'll laugh in your face, or worse, they'll turn you over to me." I ignored her, focusing on the task ahead. I rehearsed the arguments I would make, the evidence I would present. I would show them the Codex Nigrum. I would tell them about the heart of Blackwood. I would share Elizabeth Blackwood's treachery. But would they listen? Would they believe me, a stranger, over the legends and superstitions that had been passed down for generations? As I neared Hollow Creek, the landscape began to change. The dense forest gave way to rolling hills and open fields, dotted with weathered farmhouses and dilapidated barns. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. The village itself was small and isolated, a cluster of houses huddled around a central square. The buildings were old and worn, their paint peeling, their roofs sagging. The streets were narrow and winding, paved with uneven cobblestones. As I entered the village square, I was met with stares of suspicion and distrust. The villagers, mostly elderly men and women, paused in their daily routines to watch me, their eyes narrowed, their faces guarded. I approached a group of men gathered in front of the general store, their faces lined with age and hardship. "Good morning," I said, trying to sound friendly and approachable. "My name is James Caldwell. I'm a historian." The men stared at me in silence, their expressions unreadable. "I've been staying at Blackwood Manor," I continued, "researching the history of the Blackwood family." The mention of Blackwood Manor seemed to tighten the atmosphere. The men exchanged nervous glances, their faces growing even more somber. "Blackwood Manor is nothing but trouble," one of the men said, his voice gruff and wary. "Best to stay away from that place." "I know about the legends," I said. "I know about the heart of Blackwood, but I've learned the truth and I want to share it with you." The men laughed, a harsh, derisive sound. "The truth," another man said. "What do you know about the truth? You're just a stranger poking around in things that don't concern you." "I've seen things in Blackwood Manor that you wouldn't believe," I said. "I've met the ghosts of the Blackwood family. I've seen the power of the heart of Blackwood firsthand." The men exchanged more nervous glances. One of them spat on the ground. "We don't want to hear your stories," the first man said. "Just leave us alone. Stay away from Blackwood Manor and stay away from Hollow Creek." "But you need to know the truth," I insisted. The Blackwood family was trying to unleash a terrible evil upon the world. They sacrificed lives, twisted reality, all in pursuit of power. You need to understand what happened here so you can protect yourselves and future generations. One of the men, older than the rest with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the village's history, stepped forward. His name, I later learned, was Silas. "Protect ourselves," he rasped, his voice thin and reedy. "From what? The dead are long gone and Blackwood Manor has been empty for decades. What harm can it do us now?" "The harm is in the forgetting," I countered, feeling a surge of desperate urgency. "The harm is in letting the legends fester, in letting the fear control your lives. The heart of Blackwood may be contained, but its influence remains. It breeds superstition, distrust, and a lingering sense of despair. You need to understand what happened to confront your fears and to reclaim your history." Silas considered my words, his gaze piercing and assessing. The other men remained silent, their expressions still guarded, but a flicker of curiosity had begun to light their eyes. "And what makes you think we should believe you, stranger?" Silas asked, his voice softer now but still wary. "You come here, tell us fantastical tales of ghosts and ancient evils. Why should we trust you?" I took a deep breath, knowing that this was my crucial moment. "Because I've risked my life to learn the truth," I said. "Because I've seen the horrors of Blackwood Manor firsthand. And because I believe that you deserve to know the truth, no matter how difficult it may be." I paused, then reached into my bag, carefully retrieving the Codex Nigrum. The other men gasped, recoiling as if I had produced a venomous snake. "This book," I said, holding it aloft, "contains the secrets of the Blackwood family. It tells the story of their ambition, their corruption, and their ultimate downfall. It proves everything I've told you." Silas hesitated, then nodded slowly. "All right, stranger," he said. "Tell us your story, show us your proof. But be warned, if we find that you're lying, you'll regret ever setting foot in Hollow Creek." I led the men to a quiet corner of the village square, away from the prying eyes of the other villagers. I opened the Codex Nigrum and began to read, translating the archaic language and explaining the complex alchemical theories. As I spoke, the men listened intently, their initial skepticism gradually giving way to a mixture of fascination and fear. They peppered me with questions, challenging my claims, demanding evidence. I answered their questions patiently, providing detailed explanations, showing them the diagrams and symbols in the Codex Nigrum. I told them about Elizabeth Blackwood, about her sacrifice, and about her ultimate betrayal. As the hours passed, a crowd of villagers began to gather, drawn by the sound of my voice and the hushed murmurs of the men. They listened in silence, their faces etched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Just as I was finishing my account, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd, sharp and accusing. "Lies," she shrieked. "He's spreading lies. He's trying to defile the memory of the Blackwood family." The woman was elderly, her face gaunt and her eyes blazing with fanaticism. She was dressed in a long black gown, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. She looked familiar. Then I realized who she was. It was a descendant of the Blackwood servants, those loyal, if misguided, employees who worked for the family through the darkest times. "He's a charlatan," she screamed, pointing at me. "He's trying to turn us against our own history. Don't listen to him. He's trying to lead you astray." The crowd erupted in chaos, voices shouting, accusations flying. The villagers were divided, torn between belief and doubt, between fear and fascination. Elizabeth Blackwood had found a way to strike back, to turn the villagers against me. The seed of doubt had been planted, and now it was beginning to sprout. The woman moved through the crowd, stoking the flames of dissent, whispering lies and half-truths in the ears of the villagers. The tide was turning. I had to do something quickly to regain control of the situation. I looked at the crowd, their faces contorted with anger and fear. I knew that I had to appeal to their reason, to their sense of justice, to their desire for a better future. "Listen to me," I shouted, my voice ringing out above the din. "I'm not trying to defile the memory of the Blackwood family. I'm trying to honor the truth. I'm trying to help you break free from the cycle of corruption and despair. You deserve to know the truth, no matter how difficult it may be." I paused, then reached into my bag, carefully retrieving the shrouded mirror shard. The crowd gasped, recoiling in fear. "This," I said, holding the shrouded shard aloft, "is Elizabeth Blackwood, or what's left of her. She's trapped inside this shard of mirror. She's been manipulating you, whispering lies in your ears, trying to turn you against me. But you don't have to listen to her anymore. You can choose to believe the truth." I held the shrouded shard out to the crowd. "If you want to know the truth, if you want to see the face of the woman who has been manipulating you for centuries, then come forward. But be warned, what you see may shock you. It may terrify you, but it will also set you free." The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the shrouded mirror shard. A few of the villagers, emboldened by my words, began to edge forward, their faces etched with curiosity and apprehension. The woman in the black gown screamed, her voice filled with rage. "Don't do it," she shrieked. "He's trying to trick you. He's trying to steal your souls." But the villagers ignored her, their curiosity outweighing their fear. They pressed forward, eager to see the face of the woman who had been manipulating them for so long. I held the shrouded mirror shard out to Silas, the oldest and most respected member of the community. "Do you want to see the truth?" I asked him. Silas hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yes," he said, "I want to know the truth." I unwrapped the mirror shard, revealing its reflective surface. The faces of the villagers gasped in horror. Elizabeth Blackwood's face stared back at them, twisted and contorted with rage. Her eyes burned with a malevolent intensity, and her mouth was open in a silent scream. The villagers recoiled in terror, their faces pale, but they couldn't look away. They were transfixed by the sight of the woman who had haunted their dreams for centuries. As they gazed into the mirror shard, they began to see the truth. They saw the corruption, the manipulation, the despair that had been woven into the fabric of Hollow Creek for generations. They saw the faces of their ancestors, the victims of the Blackwood family's twisted ambition. They saw the darkness that had been lurking in the shadows for too long. And they finally understood. The villagers turned on the woman in the black gown, their faces filled with anger and disgust. "You lied to us," one of them shouted. "You tried to protect her. You tried to keep us in the dark." The woman cowered before them, her eyes filled with fear. The villagers grabbed her, their hands rough and unforgiving. They dragged her away towards the edge of the village. I watched them go, my heart filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. The villagers had finally confronted their fears, but I knew that the darkness of Blackwood Manor would not be easily erased. The whispers of Elizabeth Blackwood, though contained within the mirror shard, could still influence their minds, could still plant seeds of doubt and fear. The battle was far from over. But for the first time in centuries, Hollow Creek had a chance to break free, to reclaim its history, and to build a future free from the influence of the Blackwood family. My work was done, or so I thought. As I turned to leave Hollow Creek, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw a knife protruding from my body. I gasped in shock, my hand clutching at the wound. I turned around and saw a figure standing behind me, their face obscured by shadows. It was Silas. His eyes gleamed with a malevolent light. "You shouldn't have come here, stranger," he whispered. "Blackwood Manor belongs to us, and we don't like outsiders." I stumbled backwards, my vision blurring. Silas stepped closer, his hand reaching for the shrouded mirror shard. "Now," he said, "I'm going to finish what the Blackwood family started." I collapsed to the ground, my lifeblood staining the cobblestones. The last thing I saw was Silas raising the shrouded mirror shard above his head, his face contorted with a mixture of triumph and madness. The darkness was returning, and this time there was no one to stop it. Epilogue: Echoes of the Unspoken. The silence that had settled over Hollow Creek in the wake of my arrival and subsequent demise was not the peace I had hoped to achieve. It was a hollow quiet, a stillness that was far more unsettling than the whispers and shadows of Blackwood Manor. The villagers, now under Silas's control, reverted to their old ways, the fear of the Blackwood family reasserting its grip. My body, discarded on the outskirts of the village, served as a grim warning to anyone who dared to challenge their beliefs. The Codex Nigrum, along with the spirit compass, was lost to Silas, its secrets now accessible to him. The shroud of darkness that had been lifted, however briefly, settled once more. Years passed. Hollow Creek became a place of unspoken dread. The old superstitions were revived, strengthened by Silas's pronouncements and the ever-present influence of the mirror shard, which he kept locked away in his home. The descendants of the Blackwood family, through him, continued to cast their long, invisible shadow over the village. Then one night, a storm rolled in, a tempest of wind and rain that shook Hollow Creek to its foundations. The old houses groaned and creaked, and the villagers huddled in their homes, praying for the storm to pass. In Silas's house, the locked room containing the mirror shard was struck by lightning. The air filled with a blinding flash of light and a deafening crash of thunder. The storm subsided as suddenly as it had begun. The sun rose, casting a pale, eerie light on the scene. The villagers emerged from their homes, shaken but unharmed. They gathered in the village square, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Silas's house was on fire. They rushed to put out the flames, but it was too late. The house was destroyed, reduced to a smoldering ruin. In the debris, they found the charred remains of the mirror shard. The mirror had broken, and Elizabeth Blackwood was free. The darkness intensified. The remaining villagers succumbed to a reign of terror. The mirror, even in its broken state, had served as a conduit, a way to bring back Elizabeth Blackwood's will. The events that followed were never fully recorded. Accounts differed, and those who lived through the subsequent years of terror were too terrified to speak of it. What is known is the Hollow Creek became a ghost town. Blackwood Manor, which had been silent for so long, began to stir again, its presence growing stronger, its influence reaching out to claim new victims. The story of the Blackwood family, their ambition and their downfall, continues to haunt the world. The echoes of their evil remain, whispering in the darkness, waiting for a moment to resurface. And the secrets of the Codex Nigrum, the keys to understanding and controlling the heart of Blackwood, remain lost, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to seek them out. The end